Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, September the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. And also somebody perhaps in YouTube can do the same thing. Just let me know you guys in YouTube can hear me and see my screen. Look at Lyft, guys. So it's interesting to keep a chart of Uber also next to Lyft. Uber's moving up nowhere near, of course, they're not moving down 28%, but so the news on Lyft is that they're Lyft Waymo partnering to expand autonomous ride-hailing service to Nashville. So, wow, that's the big news for Lyft. I'm looking at this as man potential short, guys. So on the monthly chart, I mean there is still room 32.56 on the monthly chart or to room to if it wants to already pulled back quite a bit. But take a look at Uber. I'd look at Uber as a bounce. I mean, okay, there's a reaction to that news. It's down 3%. The other one, remember, is up about 25%. So, yeah, there's some reaction to this news. I don't know if Uber and Lyft were in a competition to provide that type of service, but the on the month, well, let me get to a weekly chart on Uber, see where there might be some support. So the next low looking left is last week, 91.31 for Uber. Very interesting, though. All right. Well, there are other things happening. SPRC. This is moving. This is rallies after Automax files motion on the pending merger. I guess it's in trouble. Automax sought to staying it or maybe blocking or stopping it for a while anyway due to uncertainty surrounding its ability to consummate the merger, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the reason now SPRO popped up to 695, go back down to 395 on that news. Meanwhile, I didn't have this on my list, but it's really moving down now, guys. So RZLV, big day yesterday, closed pretty well near the highs, but is starting to give it up now. RZLV, see if they're doing any financing. Now, this one, I had to, I'm sure others must have chuckled when they saw this press release today on FGNX. We are raising the authorization of 1 trillion shares. That's a T, consisting of 900 billion common shares and et cetera to support Ethereum strategy execution. So another one joining this sector, but issuing up to 1 trillion. So the initial reaction was way up here at 25, collapsing right down back to 8. NFE, guys, is a continuation play from yesterday. Yeah, nice day yesterday. And the next high is 286. So to me anyway, there could be some resistance between the current price and the 310 to 315 level. CDT, this was one, of course, from not CDT, I'm sorry, CWD. CWD was from last week. One went crazy on that their altcoin. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if it's Solanas, Bitcoin, Ethereum. This one, it doesn't really matter, but trying to have a little bit of a pop. It's been a steady decline since that day. Don't see any specific news on it today. I do see, okay, selling $15.9 million in preferred stock, activating ATM program at the market equity program. Okay. Well, I mean, Lyft has pulled back a little bit, but not a whole bunch. I mean, maybe a dollar, 26.77. Yeah, 26.77 approximately is the high. Got all that room on the monthly chart. I saw Orca. Here we are. ORKA. ORKA. Trading higher after the company announced obviously positive interim phase one results for its drug. And they also raised $180 million in a private placement. And I think that was at $15. So it's a little bit above the financing, a little bit above the financing price for this ORKA. Probably a low float, pretty low float, not crazy low, but it is low, 27 million. I think this has been in the news lately. Anyway, Cracker Barrel, CBRL. This is an earnings play, guys. No action at all. None. Zero. Only 5,000 shares are traded. Interesting because it released in the pre-market. Usually there's a lot more action, but might want to keep an eye on it. Sure, it's going to go one direction or the other. But right now, it's basically flat on no volume. That is Cracker Barrel, CBRL. CD. I know this was under a dollar. Okay, so it is over a dollar. Well, I mean, there is room on a percentage basis, obviously, if I can get up to 122, 124. Ah, I see. So they're another one buying 8.65 billion Bitcoin for $1 million. 8.65 Bitcoins for $1 million. So they're joining the sector also. Oh, it's after hours today? Excuse me. Excuse me then. We have it pre-market. We have it pre-market, but you're right. I don't see anything. So our provider has given us erroneous information. Took a quick look, I think, at square foot. A lot of these had, yeah, it's not, I don't, there's not a lot of point in talking about these, I suppose. I mean, I suppose they could rally and come back, but as William says, a lot of these low floaters, big, huge pops. And if you had shorts available, that was the play for a lot of these. And this is, I mean, $20 down to eight. I don't even know what the news was. I don't see any news on it. This is SQFT. Don't see any news on it. It might have been news earlier, but those headlines have disappeared for me now. All right, guys, this one is moving now. SNYR. SNYR is moving as we speak. Partners with Alabama to launch Focus Factor beverages in 5,000 retail outlets across Alabama. There's a joke in there somewhere. Alabama has 5,000 retail outlets. I shouldn't say that. Anybody from Alabama here in the room? I just said, Alabama being a rather small state, but anyway, there's another one, another great short opportunity. And the shares just got snapped up at Interactive Brokers, and then they became available, only 1,300. When I first looked, there were about 8,000. Then they got snapped up. I'm sure a lot of covering. Now there are no shorts available. Interactive Brokers. I mean, some of these moves are just crazy. 325 right back down to 250. So if you had the ability to short that stock, it's always a challenge. So, where is the top? Was that acceptable? Heavy hitter? Are you from Alabama? Sorry. Go Tide. How's that? You get Alabamians back on my side. Roll Tide, sorry, not Go Tide, Roll Tide, sorry. All right, guys. Wi-Fi is an earnings play. White fiber is an earnings play. Not much action right now. No volume. It could be one of these that once the market opens, well, once 9:30 happens, the 9:30 opening happens, type of stock that might. I mean, it's hard to know what direction right now. Very choppy in the pre-market. The next, yeah. I mean, what did it get up to this morning? Got up to about 2029. Yeah, I mean, Lyft definitely was an awesome short. I could lie and say I took it, but I did not. 26.72. There's about a $3 move now. Now, my guess is that Uber is bouncing. No, actually, interesting. Uber is not bouncing yet. I'd be waiting. I'd be looking at an Uber bounce. On the daily chart, the next low is 93.71, so it's right there. There are a couple of lows there. Now, if it does get through that, 92.80 is the next low, so about a dollar away. So the only thing I can think of is that there was a competition between Uber and Lyft to get this Nashville business. And I could see Nashville being a big market with all the, if ever been to Nashville probably knows what I'm talking about. A lot of activity there. I've been in PJ a couple of times. Yeah. All right, guys. Hind, Hind. Yeah, I did see this one. Another one of those ones that popped way up and it's come right back down, almost cut in half. Let's see if there's any reason trading higher after the company announced it. Okay, presented results from its preclinical studies investigating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously the initial reaction was good. It was still good. It's up 58%, but went from 1830 or so right back down to 1950. Another one, guys. I mean, I see these, I don't know if they're worthy to talk about, but you never know. 273 was the high for EBUC, back down to 161. Just a great short. You took it, just a challenge though, when do you take it? A lot of people might have looked at this level right here at 25. I mean, that's still a massive move from 20 to 25. Guys, I will again be concentrating on my large cap losers and to some extent my large cap gainers. Not as much the volatile stocks. I'll leave that to others. I'll still have it up and running so you can get an idea of which ones they are. Bienvenue, mon ami. So, of course, today is the day, guys. So, 2 o'clock, we get the interest rate decision. I think everybody in the world is expecting 25 basis points. Doubt if it's going to be 50, but obviously if we're 50, the market would probably go crazy. I don't know really what the reaction to the market. I mean, the market is expecting 25. Obviously, if there isn't one, well, look out. And then, of course, there is the also the presser at 2:30. So I may hang around a little bit later today. So the presser will be at 2:30. And actually, a lot of other economic news I think I saw. Not that that really. Yeah, I had a lot of stuff to copy and paste here. This has already happened. We had building permits at 8:30, housing starts 8:30, building permit housing starts. So we're really just waiting for the Fed interest rate decision, and then also FOMC economic projections. Well, and then 2:30 the press conference. So that's really what we're waiting for today. Now, this might affect me a little bit more if I'm going to be doing the larger cap stocks today. These stocks here, these full floaters, these very volatile stocks, typically they don't care. They're not affected too much about what the Fed decisions are. You'd have to. I mean, historically, Brenda, we said this in the past. This may not be this month, but we still have 13 days. Historically, September has been the worst performing month. Historically, I don't know volume wise. I don't know right now. I mean, if you look at the SPY this week or this month, it's been fine. So because historically, September has been not a great month. Doesn't mean it's a crash. It just means compared to all the other months in the ranking. But so far, you can tell that the SPY's been fine. Yeah, when we get back into earnings season, let me take a look at AA. When is earnings? October 15th. Yeah, because I mean there are a couple of key earnings seasons, obviously, or not earnings. Well, yeah, earnings seasons. This because the guidance for because they'll be guiding because we get into the holiday season, and of course the quarter after the holiday season to see exactly how they did. Right then, guys. ROIV. This is got a good volume too. Okay. So their rare skin and muscle disease drug shows promise in trial. What phase are we? I can't see the phase. Anyway, this is popping on that news. Pfizer. I don't know what Pfizer's got to do with that. Oh, I see. So Roivant and Priovant. Okay, so I guess there's just some kind of a deal going with these two companies, and meanwhile, Pfizer has something to do with Priovant. So I guess that is the reason for Pfizer to be up on this ROIV news. Not quite a lifetime high. Not quite a lifetime high for ROVI. How about ROIV? Sorry about that. ROIV. Take a look at the monthly chart. I don't know when we're going to. Oh, here we go. So this looks like this is the high, 1676. That looks like the all-time high, that area. When was that? That was back in December of 2021. Phase three. Okay, so that's more promising. Oh, I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. But GRR, GRRR. Wow. Okay, through the 200-day moving average today. Is any news on this? Well, it's an eye-catching press release signing a 1.4 billion with a B contract with Frere Singapore to build Southeast Asia's AI data-driven or data center backbone. So that is an eye-catching press release for GRRR. It's not all high float, 23 million in the float. So that is ripping on that news so far, guys. GRRR. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers if it runs out of steam. The next high looking left looks like it's around $21. Well, that daily high is approximately where it is right now. And then the daily high after that or before that, which is in July of this year, is around almost $21. So, I mean, I'd really be looking, I mean, it's just, where are you going to do it? You had a fade on this, a huge move. All right, guys, I am now going to the layout that I used at 9:30. So just give me a moment as I, first of all, save my layout. I don't think I made any changes, but why rely on memory? I'll just save it just in case I did. I can't remember what I did, but it's just good practice to do that. Okay, guys, so what you're seeing here in this pre-market actives up, it's the same as you saw before, except it's only the top six now instead of the top 15. So we've talked about, we didn't talk about IPM, Intelligent Prediction Management Core, okay? Okay, so it has announced, it's entered into a reseller agreement with the Minds DB. So that's the big news for IPM. That's popped at 40%. Probably a ton of volume. Look at the volume, 42 million shares on that news. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And again, I'll be paying a lot of attention to this large cap losers from the start of the race. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, but I may make an exception depending on which one I see coming in at the beginning. We had some awesome ones yesterday. Had three really nice ones from this yesterday. That Orla mining, look, I mean, this was turned out to be just an awesome one. I mean, look what it did, guys. It basically traded. I didn't get it way up here, but it closed right at the low. Closed right at the low. So I was able to just hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. This was on a short, of course. You see a negative number here, guys. It's stock is still positive, it's still green, obviously, but it's pulling back. So SQFT pulling back a little bit. You can see a little pullback here. Not too interested in this one. I mean, it just, I mean, it's still up 36% and a lot of volume, low float. I just don't like the way it's pulled back so much. But you never know. I mean, look, if it can, that's a long ways away though. The VWAP is at 12.59, so you're talking about adding another $4 to get to the VWAP. Now, a lot of you might more like play mean reversion or VWAP reversion plays, stocks that might revert to the VWAP. That's certainly far enough away. All sorts of different trading styles, of course. All right, guys. So CWD, let's see what's happening with this one. Is it holding underneath the VWAP? So another one you might want to take put a press alert over the VWAP, see if it takes that out later. So I wonder if that little China stock will open today. What time is it now? 9:28. Let me see if it's been priced officially. Got a nice one from yesterday. We had the chow from yesterday, and let's see now. Earnings calendar, has it been priced? Yeah, this is a SPAC. I don't care about SPACs. Well, a couple of big ones today. It is the 17th. Yeah, a couple of big ones. The one that most people have heard of probably is Sabah. A lot of big guys behind it. I'm not too interested in these, but JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't see any other one that has been priced. Those China stocks. I haven't seen anyone that's been priced. This is another one that's been priced. This is not China, of course, but Waterbridge Infrastructure, other big guys behind it, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, etc. Another fairly big one, 31 million shares. One minute. Thank you, Hermes. Okay, guys, 1 minute to the open. Now, again, typically I don't trade in the first 15. I may make an exception depending what I see here in large cap losers. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. But I typically don't trade in the first 15, just trying to let things settle down a little bit. Boy, Oscar's been on this list 3 days in a row now. OSCR. Market is, yeah, I mean, the Dow's up. These are up a little. SPY's up a little. Okay, there's the GER. Now, if this was the first time I'd seen this one, may have taken it, but this has been on this list. I think the last 3 days. The last 3 days. You can see the down days it's had. OSCR. I may regret it. There's a lot of room still for this one. 1636. And these are short opportunities. Okay. But you know what? I mean, you can also look at bounce plays here. It's going to be a top 10 list built over the course of the day. Uoka. Okay, let's take a look at this one. That doesn't see this in the pre-market. Uoka. That's UOKA. Okay. UOA. Okay. UOKA. Uoka. And the next guy looking left, that's 3 days ago. Got up to 350. And our first halt of the day, guys, GV got halted. GV got halted on the way up. Okay. GV got halted on the way up. Now, this is a breakthrough strategy alliance with Yike Regenerative Medicine to unlock the trillion dollar cellular rejuvenation and aesthetic treatment market. Okay. So that is your news for GV. So it's not a news halt. It's a volatility halt, but that is the reason why it moved. Probably a low float. We have the float information. So let me click on it, another symbol, and take a look at GV. Yeah, 3.5 million Canadian company out of Toronto. So IPM now is approaching the VWAP, guys. IPM is approaching the VWAP. The VWAP's at 298. Call it three, right up in this area. It could stall it. Fabulous short if you did it for the lift, guys. Now, has Uber bounced now? Has Uber found the bottom? The answer is yes. So there's finally the bounce on Uber. So lift down, a lift way up, but really fading now. Take a look at lift. So the big move all the way up to 26.65. Basically a $4 drop now. In retrospect, it all looks so easy, doesn't it? An easy $4 move. Okay, so Mara is on this list now. Now it doesn't follow Bitcoin as close as it used to, but I mean it's still like crypto play. See the crypto is down $600. Take a look at this DEC. Now I really like the ones that are under the whole number. Okay, I like taking them. I mean, I don't like taking them. I find this a little too close to the whole number. DEC. All right. Well, let's take a look at Lyft now. Let's see if it's coming into a bounce zone. YFT. Let's see if it's coming into. I mean, it broke right down through the VWAP. So that didn't hold it. Did not hold it. Okay, guys. VFC could be coming into resistance. That red line there refers to that high, I guess, up here. This is shortable for me. Yeah, 2.5 million shares available. VFC could be coming into a resistance area at a well a recovery day. I'll call it yesterday. Got down to got down to 1384. Closed up here. So LITM. Yeah, I know you were talking about this earlier. Yeah, I mean, strikes uranium in Wyoming with early drill results. Early drill results. So yeah, that popped the stock. Okay, now guys, CWD looks like it's been halted on the way down. Okay, one moment, please, guys. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, stock like Lyft will not show up here because it's not negative for the day. Unfortunately, I should probably maybe make another one, large cap droppers. It could be so positive. Now, Lyft is lifting just a little bit. Okay, it's at least pausing here. The YFT. This is an earnings play. Okay, General Mills is an earnings play. Ooh, look at this choppiness on the daily chart. Let me expand it a little bit or shrink it a bit. GIS is an earnings play. I see that GV has not come out of its fault yet, guys. Has not come out of its fault yet. So first time I'm showing this screen or this little window, this blue window, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price, 219. That's for the GV. Potential open, 240. Doesn't have to be 240. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, but you can see right off the bat, this is not going to be a 5-minute halt. So usually, if it's not five, it'll be a multiple of five. So the next one would be 10. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll open at 9:41 plus 53 seconds. So say 30 seconds from now or so. Okay, if it's a 10-minute halt. guys, for the GV? Keep an eye on GRR, guys. GRRR. Big press release. Big press release. Okay. Uh, at the VWAP now. Okay. At the VWAP, just a little bit over that whole number of 20, sitting on the VWAP. Signs a $1.4 billion contract with a Singaporean company to build Southeast Asia's AI data center backbone. So let's see, we can maintain the VWAP, which is around 1990. Call it 20. I'm going to put a price alert just over 20 for GRR. It's just an eye-catching press release, obviously. Well, Oscar, I guess I should have taken you. Yeah, I just got a little sidelined because it was already down 2 days in a row, but I guess I should have taken you. Would have been a nice 30-cent move so far. All right, guys, GV just resumed, and what happened? Yeah, look at the bounce. Look at that pop, guys, for GV. Now that red line up there, that is the next high on a daily chart somewhere. Well, and it's this. Well, there are a few shorts available for me. 2,200. Actually, this is interesting. This is really flipping around. 6,000. Look how. So this is Interactive Brokers. Okay, these are the number of shares available at Interactive Brokers for GV, and you can see how it's fluctuating pretty as shares being taken and then covered. Now, okay, so they're all gone right now, but of course they could come back as people cover. And that is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. You can see what's happened. 4,000 have covered. This is only Interactive Brokers I'm talking about, of course. All right, guys. Well, there's the GV still on the move here. Obvious. Well, this is within a 2 minute period as it came out of the halt, so that's why this is looks a little skewed here. The 13% move. Man, I wouldn't mind taking. Okay, this just don't like it as close to the whole number 14. But where could it go? EEC. Where could this thing go? Take a look at a weekly chart. Yeah, to me, there looks like there could be a lot of support in that 14 level. Okay, looking at this weekly chart. So for me, is just, I mean, it may crash right through 14, but what I'd rather be able to see is look left and have maybe the next low down here at 1322. Okay, but there's all sorts of little areas where it could find some support. So it makes it just not something I really want to try to short. Yeah, you're out. You're well, I call it Eurobjorn, LITM, not dead necessarily, but there is the VWAP at around $5. Now, interesting. I'm just going to show this. If you have our AI, you should have this screen up and running. Okay, if you have our AI, part of our premium service, Just click on new, and then pick the middle one that I've got three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. Don't go to the channel. The channel is way too cluttered, in my opinion. This is all you really should be looking or have to look at all day long. Just make sure in the filter section, you may have profitable check. Okay, uncheck it. But also notice no alerts yet today. Okay, that's why I can show this. The earliest alert will be at 9:40. Obviously, there was nothing at 9:40. That's the earliest you'll get an alert. So the idea is just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, this is completely up to you. Mm, good grief! Look at GUR. Well, so much for that. Oops, that press release, which I thought would have had it very active all day long. This is shortable for me, also. Hmm. All right. Well, this one might be interesting for me to short. Let's take a look at this on the daily chart. Next low, looking left. Yeah, it's got some room. Well, you don't link lists to charts. You link it to a VIP. You don't link. You have to take your custom list and link it to a top list window or an alert window. Okay, you can't link it directly to a chart if that's what you mean. In other words, you can't take a list and say, okay, like have some kind of a list somewhere and have it. You have to link your custom list, your watch list to. You're talking about you've created a symbol list, right? A watch list. Yeah. So you have to take that and you have to attach it. Okay, attach it to either a top list window or an alert window to be able to monitor it. Now, if you don't know how to do that, you know how to do that. Okay, so I encourage you to just, I'm a little busy right now, but at 10 o'clock. But if you want to go to the guide, I can very quickly show you. If you click on my homepage link, and then if you go down to the education section, more info, and at the top is the guide, user guide. And in that user guide, watch list, okay, that's the section of what you're trying to do. The theory is that if I wanted to attach a symbol list to this or watch list to this, I right click, configure, and then I go to symbol list. Now, assuming you've created it correctly, you would click on add existing list, and that list you would have given it a name. Okay, you would have given it a name, and then you just left click on it, and it moves over to this column over here. And once you see your list in this column, then this is a drop down menu up here, and you say only the following list, and you check it. Then the list that you created gets attached, to your top list window, to your alert window, and then when you click on symbols, as long as you've loaded Go No Go correctly, it'll load into the Go No Go charts. It's a lot to maybe take in, but if you are having a problem a little later, I can help you. Okay. No, I don't use Go No Go anymore, so you took out an add-on subscription to Go No Go VIP. You took an add-on subscription to Go No Go. Okay. So you go into the channel and you click on any one of the alerts that are in the channel, and that turns your go no go chart or your chart into a go no go chart with the different colors and all. Really quiet day, guys, because number one, this house resumes normally is really jammed by now, and we've only had two different stocks, GV and CWD, and it was just halted again. GV was just halted again, not just was, not was halted a little while ago again. All right, QBTS. This might be interesting to me. QBTS, and okay, and it's got room 50 cents, so 50 cents to the next high. What's happening here on all these large cap losers with the market bouncing? These are starting to bounce. Yeah, 4Us over 14. Yeah, I mean it's got some room. I mean the next high is 1445. Has some room. Now lift. Let's see what it's doing in the. Is it turning? Yeah. So there is the that far away, but 70 cents away is the VWAP. Lift had some news this morning. But it was well, you could have got it both sides. Obviously, if you were able to get it early and ride it, and then man, what a nice short. Yeah, I'd like to see it take out that 20, William. I mean, it has a little bit of room, not a ton of room. 2050 is the next high for QBTS. So it doesn't have like a ton of room. Like a lot of stalling right around there, but potentially anyway. Yeah, so the VWAP is the definition is the volume weighted average price or a lot of stock is traded. Okay, so that's a very simple definition where a lot of stock is traded at a certain price based on volume, and that could act as support, could act as resistance. So if the stock is above the VWAP on my chart right here, it's pretty hard to see, but that purple line for say QBTS, the VWAP is down around 1947. So if it started to move down, the idea is that you watch to see whether or not the VWAP acts as support, in the VWAP area, and maybe acts as support, and it bounces off it. And conversely, if it's moving into the VWAP, you look to see whether the VWAP acts as resistance on moving higher. Probably the second most followed metric after the 200-day moving average, probably. Well, I'm just kind of waiting on this MIR. Any news on this one? Not today, anyway. They had some news yesterday. MIR had news yesterday. Well, cheap one, guys. SLNH just over a dollar now. And but there, you know what? There's the 200-day. So you can see what happened yesterday. Got into the 200-day moving average, the blue line in my daily chart. That is the 200-day, and stalled it. So it could do it again. So not interested. Yeah, nice on the open, Rascal. I saw that you took that one early. Open now, challenging 10 again. Had some news this morning. Open Door intends to expand product offerings to allow company to provide services through entire continental United States in the coming weeks. So that is nice news for Open. Now, what will happen around the 10 level? Well, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time. I'm not really seeing too many interesting ones here in the large cap losers. It may be a function of the fact that today is Fed day. We just may not get because these are larger cap stocks. Well, I was completely wrong about the QBTS. Look at this. Not completely wrong, but let's see if this does stall it. I didn't take it because I thought perhaps this might be a lot of resistance, but look what's happening. QBTS. Okay, well here's another quantum stock, guys. QUBT. So maybe the quants are wild. Okay, the QUBT, same sort of thing. It got above that. Well, it's got some room. 1830, got a lot of room. A lot of room. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but UUBT definitely has a lot of room. It's a pretty big float, 120 million in the float, but it's got a lot of room. And now we've got another halt, guys. LOCL, cheap one. Let's see what's happening with this one. Now, so this got halted on the way out. Local Bounty Corporation. What do they do? No, they don't do what I thought they might do. So let's see where this one could open. So there's your halt, 386 for the local LOCL. 386, no big clue. Okay. This column is trying to tell you maybe where it could open, an idea. And again, usually there are 5-minute halts. So if it is, it'll open at 10:04 plus 3 seconds. PV halted on the way down now. Yeah. So, yeah, don't marry these guys. Anyone getting quotes for VTVT? Yes. No. So it must have stopped trading as VTVT today. Okay. Because there's no daily candle for it. Yeah. There's no. Yeah, this is that should have been today's candle, and it says the 16th. So must have changed symbols or something. Yeah, I mean, I was wrong, 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 wrong about the QBTS. I really thought this might stop it. Yeah, coming right into the to the 200-day moving average, guys. ILLR. All right. Well, it's 10:02, so this is typically when I start talking about my homepage, including all the scans that you can, the ones you see here, except for this one, the losers that I am sharing. Okay, so I'll put my homepage link in. You can see what I have on my homepage. All right, so on my homepage at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Those of you on YouTube who may not know, we do have another trading room. Okay, there's a lot more action in it. More people are in that room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you did want to come over to what I call the main room, you just click on my homepage link and right down here, trading room. Also, those of you who I don't know how you who come into the room every day, I don't know how you get in, but you can obviously save my homepage link and then click on the trading room from here. One nice thing about saving my homepage link is promo code can change from time to time. All I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code, whatever it is going to be in the future, today or in the future. The reason being is that the company tracks the promo codes, and the more they see people using my code, the more they're likely to keep the room free. Here's Lyft, guys. Scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, okay? Saying, hey, where is it? Okay. Next, education. By the way, look how my price alert works, okay? I minimize my price alert window. And when I get a price alert, it pops up on my screen. I have a sound alert on it, so I cannot miss it. So in the education section, you're going to find some things like this, the getting started with trade ideas. The first thing you must do if you take out a subscription to trade ideas, first thing to do. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, I'd start off with the second video and continue on. They're very short videos. It should give you an idea about whether or not trade ideas might be a good fit for you. You can always try this on a monthly basis and see what you think. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos for you if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are, middle section, here they are. So this one up here, I've got two versions of it, the 5 minute and the 2 minute version. I'm using the 2 minute version right here. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. These are more volatile races. I don't have this one on my homepage, but if you wanted it, the large cap losers, this is not as volatile as this. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. These two. This is the halts resumes down here. And that is it, guys. That's all I have up and running. I don't have the momentum scan or the gap scans or the combo scans. I do not have them up and running right now, but I'm still sharing them if you want them. I've really decided to whittle down the number of things I'm looking at. Nothing wrong with these, but I decided that I want to concentrate more on these two right here. So if you have any questions about the scans or anything else, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. And I should welcome anybody who's new into our YouTube room or the main room. This is the format. So Monday to Friday, the main room is open at 7:30 Eastern Time. William usually, or Chris Farley or William usually opens it by then, 7:30 Eastern Time. I get on the mic at around 9. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me at 4:30 my time to open the room. So consequently, William does that. And I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I go to, it depends on questions. I'll always hang around later if there are questions. But around 2 o'clock, I start looking for reasons to exit from like a stock. Seriously, if there are questions, I'll always hang around. But today is maybe a special day because we've got FOMC at 2 o'clock, and we do have the presser at 2:30. So I may hang around till 2:30 anyway. But again, you can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting tech question, I probably can't answer it, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. So I see GV is still up though, guys. I know I got halted on the way down, but that didn't seem to stop it. Got halted on the way down, moved down below the VWAP, popping above again. All right, guys, I decided to take the short on the mirror. Okay. I don't expect a big move. This is more, it's not a boredom trade. It really isn't. But, you know, it really only has about, where I took it about 38 cents. Okay. Because the next low is at, well, I'm looking at, no way I'll let it go below, well, I'd love to see it get below 30, of course, but oh, again, I'm in around 23.38 on the short. Okay. I'm gonna have a little pop up. Gonna try to ride the wave a bit, the orange wave down. Yeah, I don't expect a massive move, but it'll keep me interested for a while anyway. Let me go over this race and this is another race, of course. This is a large cap losers from the start of the race. This is a biggest gainers from the start of the race. And what happens is you're going to see eventually a top 10 list will be automatically built for you. So how does that happen? So Before I continue, I just want to direct you to the guide because I'm going to show you the section on stock racing and how you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. Obviously, I'm using parameters that I like. Don't have to be the ones you like. If I click on my homepage again and go down to the education section right here, more info, and at the top we have our user guide. And here's the section on TI stock racing. Okay, so all the things I'm going over right now, this is a reference for you. So I am running 4-minute races. Again, customizable. You can run whatever time frame you want. I'm running 4-minute races. So what does that 5.72% mean? That means that since the race started almost 2 minutes ago, GV has moved 5.7%. It's at the top of the leaderboard. YSXT, 2.8%. Now, the race still has 2 minutes to go, so there's no guarantee that GV is going to be at the top of the leaderboard when the race is over. It looks pretty good. I mean, it's now at 10%. And click on it, see what's happening. You can see the pop. You can see that pop there. I'm waiting to see if this is starting to drop a little bit here, so that number should start to drop somewhat. The bottom line is that at the end of the race, there will be a winner. And that's what happens right here, a top 10 list. Now you see what happens. So you can see that GV is no longer at the top of the leaderboard. In fact, it's off the leaderboard completely. GIPR has assumed the top spot. So you can see there's a lot of jockeying for position over the course of this 4-minute race. So at the end of the race, yes, there's a winner. And that's how this top 10 list is created. It's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So earlier, SPRC, and there's GV again coming back. Uh, SPRC won 4 races. GV has won 4 races. If it hangs on for another 40 seconds or so, it'll win its 5th race. And so that's how this top 10 list is built, the ones that have won the most races. That's what the numbers beside it mean, though. How many races has it won? Now, you don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over in order to click on the symbol. If I see any stock that is like leading a race at the top here, I'm going to click on it just to see what's happening. I don't have to wait for it to be over for me to click on it. Is it something interesting? I'm looking at this one right now, the YSXT. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can see that it's hanging around the VWAP. VWAP is around 293-ish. You can see that it's hanging around the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out 3, maybe the VWAP will act as support, okay? And it'll start to run again from there. We don't know for sure, of course, but that's what a lot of VWAP players will look at. So maybe you put a price alert a little bit above, and if you took the trade, if it popped a little bit above, then you put your stop just underneath the VWAP. It'd be a pretty tight stop, I guess, but that's an idea. I'm not saying to do it, but that is an idea. And you can see that GV did not end up winning that race. YSXT won it, so it was now the 5th. It's in so GER. Yeah, so I think some of you are long GER now. You have a price alert window that works, guys. You minimize it. You don't have to have it taking up any screen space at all. I have screen space, but I don't want to have it, but I don't need it. In fact, in my opinion, the best way to use it is to minimize it. And then when you got a price, when a stock hits your price alert, it pops up on your screen. You can't miss it. So I think the idea that a top 10 list is built for you automatically is really good. If you're new to trading, then you'll have something to focus on. Even if you're not new to trading, this gives you a nice little, daily focus list. Now, what I'd be doing is I would click on any one of them that have won a race and just see what's happening with it. Here's the ATCH, ATCH. What's happening with it? Well, again, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can see that it's really trying to hold the VWAP. Maybe this does it really well, and it starts to move from it. The VWAP is that purple line on the chart. So you can click on anything that's won a race and just see what's happening. I would really pay attention to the ones that have won the most races, though, because they could be setting up different areas all day long. So why are these stocks showing up? Why are these ones in this list of stocks? So let me show you why. If I right click on this list, notice right click on the body of the race. Right. My little mirror short, not doing too badly for me now. See how it pops up on my screen? So why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click in the race and notice there's an option that says open top list, all races, and all of these tree maps, this is a tree map, all start from a top list window. Notice if I right click, like it says, I have an option that says launch real-time stock race, or I can show a tree map. That's what this one is. So in this race, or in this top list window, this is what I want to see. So if I right click on it and configure, in summary, this is what I want to see. 1 in 50. So if as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares are traded, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets all these filter requirements, then it'll show up in that list. It'll show up in a list of stocks. Now, the only thing is I have capped it at 50 stocks, 50. Okay, you don't have to do that, but I have capped it at 50 stocks. I'm only going to see 50 stocks in this list at most. All the way down here, you can see 2.3%. Remember, has to be up at least 2%. And you can see right at the very top, the ones that we've been talking about is SPRC, the CDT, GV, etc. They were right at the very top. These are the ones that have moved the most since yesterday's close. Now, a common question. Now, how a top list window was used before we had the ability to turn it into a tree map or certainly a race, that'd be a classic question. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that have moved the most in 5 minutes. All sorts of ways. As long as you have a column header, you can click on it and you can sort on it. Well, that's what I've done. I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. Well, we get a lot of questions that, well, it's great, see these stocks that are up here, but, I'd rather see stocks that maybe they haven't made the big move yet. How can I find those? Well, that's how a race can help you. Can help you. So, for instance, QBTS was just active, right? QBTS was just active. So, but it is pulled back. Now it's only up, 5%. But what if QBTS, for whatever reason, started to move again? Okay, up 5%, 6%, 8%, 10%, 15%, moving up this list of stocks. Well, how would you ever know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a whole list of stocks and try to pick out the one that might be moving up this list? Well, you don't have to do that because that's exactly what the race does for you. The race does not care whether a stock is, up the most from yesterday's close or in this top tier of stocks. All it cares about is in this list of stocks, what is moving the most. So the ATCH, and a lot of times you're going to see the ones that are near the top because they're active. There's a lot of activity around those stocks. But you never know. Some other stock could just, for some reason, catch a bid, get some interest, and just start moving up. You could see a stock you haven't seen before all day long in this list. Click on it, see what's happening. It might be just starting to move. Okay. Now, hopefully now it's making sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. You can have your own price range. You can have, maybe you don't like that volume. Maybe there's something else you don't like, or maybe you don't like the numbers I'm using. Maybe you have a filter that you would love to use. You could add it. Okay. You can customize it. So you don't, and this just happens to be what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay. And then once you do that, then you just right click and launch the real time stock race. Now, this is the tree map. So if I wanted, this is the tree map version of, and all it does is it just presents it in a different way, depending on how you're sorting it. I'm still sorting on the change from the close. So instead of sort of that boring grid format, it's going to present it like this, a little more an attractive way of presenting that data as opposed to just looking at it like this. But you can sort on different columns, and that's what I've done here. I'm not using this top list, but what I'm looking for here is what ones have moved the most in 2 minutes, how they're up or down. Nice, nice, nice on the open now, boy. Next high looking left is 2 days ago is 1053. After that, 1068. So yeah, this could fix that out. Look out. It's a big float. I'm always intrigued by the float. 725 million in the float for open. There are 164 million shares today, which is approximately 2 times normal up to this time of day. So if you have questions about anything, now the other thing I just want to draw your attention to this one, the change up and down. Remember, it says up or down percent in 2 minutes. You don't want to see a negative number. So, you see something here and here leading, you probably want to pay attention to it. This is moving the most in 2 minutes. This is moving the most since the start of the race, ATCH. You want to pay attention to it. Now, this is what I'm talking about here. So look at the GVs that says minus 4%, 4.4%. So if you are more of a pullback player, you can take a look at a negative number here and see what the stock is. Stock is still very positive. It's still going to be green, but it's pulling back. Maybe it's pulling back into an area that you like. Maybe it's pulling back into maybe on your charts, depending. A lot of you use moving averages. Like, Steve Gomez, for instance, he loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. He uses that a lot. So, but you may have a moving average that you like, or maybe the VWAP. Okay, the VWAP at that purple line, if it's pulling back, and you just kind of watch it and see how it performs. So, this is not just for looking at stocks that are making new highs of the day or anything. It could be pulling back. Yes, you can trouble me for my large cap short scanner. Yes. Okay, grade 6, there it is. Okay, now, just a word about my scan and anything you load right now. If you load it right now, you're not going to see all the alerts that I got, all like a list that I've got. I start this at 9:30. So what happens is you will start to develop your own list starting now. Okay, so don't think that. And this is not active in terms of the number of stocks that you're going to see. It will not look like this. It will not look like this with you've got 8 stocks in here. A lot of times you only might see one or two or three. It'll still generate. It'll still generate this list, but it's not. And I don't mind because I'm really trying to focus just on the ones that are like super active. But like if you load this, if you right click on it, you can open the top list and you can see what it is looking at. You see there's only one in here that's meeting the filter requirements. Why? Well, if you right click and configure, so you might like first of all, you might like a different price range. I got it between 10 and 50. Current volume is at least two. I want it to be at least trading twice what it normally would be trading up to this time of day. So, I mean, these are not onerous. 500,000 shares, not a big deal. Down 2% from yesterday's close, not a big deal. This is what gives it sort of the large cap. And you can, of course, adjust that if you want. I'm putting a minimum market cap of 500,000,000 and a minimum float of 50 million. Okay. Again, not. This is, though, the reason why we're not seeing too many stocks. I want to see the stocks near the low of the day. Okay. That's what I want to see. I want to see the stocks near the low of the day. So this is in the position in the day's range. So max 5%. So if you look at if at the daily candle, and let's take a look at MIR, you can see it's right at the low of the day. Okay, so that's what I want to see. Now you don't have to if you don't want to, but that's why you're not going to get as many alerts. If you When I took that out, but the problem is I was seeing stocks that could be up here and and that might be what you want to do. Okay, they could be at near the high of the day or somewhere in this area. I just thought I wanted to see super weak stocks, so stocks that were near the low of the day. You don't have to do the same thing, and I'm talking in general. Okay, so that's why you're not seeing a big list of stocks like this. For instance, let me duplicate this list, or let me duplicate this, and I'll get rid of that. I'll just get rid of this. Okay, and now I'll launch the. Start getting a bigger list, assuming I did save that. Yep. Should start to get a bigger list here because I took that filter out. Not that big a list yet though, but I don't know about you guys, but I'm loving the mirror. I mean, I know, and I know I repeat myself over and over again. These are not going to be rocket ships, okay? Rocket ships and leather. You're not going to get giant percentage moves, but I mean, I'll take moves like this that are a little more steady, not as volatile. Look how it is holding that wave on the 2-minute chart. Now it's getting close to that whole number. It's getting close to that number there. But, the way this is working out, I've just covered some in the 17 level, okay? So the way this is working, and this is kind of, this is the way it's working out for me, is that, I had about a 5-cent stop on this. And because they're, higher floats, usually you can put your stops a little tighter than on, these volatile ones. So a 5-cent stop in on the short at 22.38, covered some at 17. So right there, if you just do some quick math, let's make it super simple. 5-cent stock, 20-cent gain, one for four, risk reward. So if you're new to trading, yeah, these are fabulous to trade if you get on the right side. Okay, they're fabulous. You'll get huge moves, percentage moves, but they can be tricky. And I'm not saying these aren't like there's. I want to say not tricky, but they're just a little less volatile. I mean, that's the best thing. They're just less volatile. You typically do not see giant candles up and down. Typically. So, William, are you seeing what I'm seeing? I know you said you might be looking for something like that, but and I'm telling you, when we get into earnings season, we'll get more in here. Okay, we will get more in here because the stocks that release earnings that are not good, at least the market perception is not good. We'll probably see a lot in here, a lot more in here, which is not necessarily better. I mean, I love the fact that there's just a few to focus on all day long. Yeah, I'm just talking about the concept, William, of this large cap losers from the start of the race. Just seems something that you might like. I didn't take the Oscar. I mean, I should have taken the Oscar. I got a little bit, a little biased because it already had two big down days. Okay, so I thought, well, and I saw, and this was in here on these last 2 days. But look at this. I mean, I had the alert at probably at 17:53, so 16.94 now, and with a ton of room to go. I'm not going to take it now, but that's a great move, and only one little jog up. So how the wave helps to keep me in the trade is that if I'd been in this trade up in this area of the 1750 mark, I'd be riding it, riding it, riding it, riding it. Now we're down to 1711. I'm always, a little leery of it trying to break a whole number. No question in my mind, I would have taken some profit here on that little pop. Okay. But because the wave did not turn blue, in other words, the trend, remember what the wave means. Orange means the trend is still weak. If it turns blue, that means you could be getting a trends transformation. So people ask, how do I use this? I use it to keep me in a trade way, way longer than I ever used to. It's just a nice, nice visual aid. And it depends on the time frame you're using, of course. If you use a 15, that trend may never never break, but you'll probably have to have a wider stop. Well, it is in the scan, Dora. It won a race earlier, so it is here. It's one of the ones in the top 10, if you can see what I'm pointing at. So the question in our YouTube room is from Derek. Is trade wave useful for momentum trades? Well, as I've said, it helps for me anyway. It just helps me to keep in the trade. So if you know, look at this ATCH as an example, ATCH. Now when as it starts to break here, in theory, you could have taken the trade around here, 114, and then now this again. I don't find it's a little harder on these more volatile ones because the candles can get pretty wide. Okay, but I mean, this is in theory telling you to keep in the trade. In theory, now I wouldn't just blindly follow it, but in theory, it's telling you to keep in the trade because the trend is still strong. It's blue. It hasn't transitioned to orange. But here, in this race right here, Derek, this could be the start of momentum. Okay, something that you haven't seen before. Maybe it hasn't made it. Look at Vanny. I don't know what Vanny won a race a little while ago. Yeah, I mean, this could be, but me, I'm always looking left. I wouldn't take it because I'm looking left. I see 155 is the next high, so I wouldn't take it. But what if it were down here, at 140 and sort of in a pattern like this, and I looked left and the next high was up here at 180? Then it becomes, for me anyway, momentum to me means, okay, does it have room to keep moving? If I take this trade, does it have room to keep moving before it hits the next high? And then the wave itself can help me keep in the trade and sort of not get too hung up about some of these wild swings. But you can see on the mirror, MIR, how easy. No, I hate to use the term easier, but you see how this wave is just really nice. It's not too wide. It only got right up here, a little bit of a jog up through it, but it's just beautiful all the way down. You're not seeing big giant candles up and down like what we saw on the other one. So I find that the trade wave probably for me is a better look on the larger cap stocks, and then allows you just to ride the momentum down or up if you're obviously going long. So trade wave can be activated. It's part of our standard service. Okay, it is part of our standard service. Can be activated on your charts if you want. And if anybody wants to know, just ask. I'll show you how you can activate the trade wave on your charts. I've got them on these two charts. See how the trend changed for mirror. This is yesterday. Okay, there's a was riding higher, 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 and then today riding it lower. All right, now opens had a pullback, guys. So let's see if it pulls back and holds 10. Okay, so if you're a bit of a pullback player, well, you can see what happened. It actually got fairly close to 10. Well, it did. See, there's the VWAP. So if you are, a pullback type player, this pulled right into the VWAP area. Remember the V I call the VWAP an area. You can see a one, two, three, four, five on the 2-minute chart. Depends on the time frame you're looking at, of course. It would be nice to see how it turned orange. So blue, 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 and now it turned orange, which is, maybe telling you that the trend, the upward trend, is well, certainly stalling. Okay, so I would not be piling into this yet. I'd like to see that orange turn blue, and maybe the resumption of the trend. Though, if you let that happen, it might be too late. What is the vertical bar on the 2-minute chart? The vertical bar on a 2-minute chart. You have to give me a symbol, Wei Dong. I don't see a vertical bar on my 2-minute chart. And you're not talking about the bars. These are just bar charts. If that's what you're talking about, you're talking about this. This is okay. You're talking about the color, the red and the green. Okay. So this is the theory behind it. If I click on an alert, if I click on a symbol, so I've just clicked on QLGN. What they're saying is if you took this trade right now at 231, you could put a smart stop. The smart stop has been automatically generated. Wish they would make it a little easier to see it, but let's call it 220. Okay. So let me see if I can find one. Let's take a look at open. Okay. So open. They're saying if you took this trade right now at 10:15, the system has generated. Man, this is ridiculous that it covers it, but 9:55 would be the smart stop. That is, that's a pretty wide stop, but that's the theory behind it. Now, why is it generated at 9:55? It takes into account the volatility of 15-minute charts, high and low of the day, feeds it in, and it generates this smart stop. Okay, do you have to follow it? Of course not. But for some of you, you might want to use that as a guide. And then the green is just double the difference between. You can't see it because my chart isn't big enough, but it's just double the difference between, or yeah, double the difference between that entry here at 9:15 and that stop. Let's pretend it was 50 cents. So it would be a dollar above. It would be up at 11.14. Okay. It would just be double, like double this distance. You just can't see it because my chart isn't big enough. But if I had a bigger chart, you'd see this green would be double the distance of the red. So it's just kind of a guide. Okay. And that smart stop will change over the course of the day, depending on. So when I click on open now, yeah, that smart stop will be there. But if open, got up to $11, remember the smart stop is generated based on where you clicked on the alert. That's a long. Okay, so does that make sense? I mean, that's the theory behind it, and how you activate it. The right click on the chart and go to properties and show smart risk levels. If I uncheck it, they disappear. I don't follow it because, I mean, I have my own way of putting stops, but, I guess if you're new, you could practice using it. Wow, look at mirror guys now. This is, I mean, I don't. Wow, can it take out 23? Now there is the next low looking left, 22.93. So that's what I was talking about, William. This little large cap loses from the start of the race might be something that you want to take a look at. They're just not volatile trades, but do they all? Three of them worked like this yesterday. Moderna dropped on RFK News. Okay, but it popped right back up. Okay, guys, it is 10:47 now. Today is Wednesday. I'm going to confirm it, but Wednesdays generally mean Dan Merkin, the CEO from Trade Ideas, will start a new YouTube feed. Okay, he doesn't take over mine. Just want to confirm it. So you can head over, not head over. There'll be a new stream started, and well, why not put a price alert underneath? I mean, 22.95, I believe, is the next low. Looking left for mirror. Just give me a moment. So I jokingly said yesterday, I would gladly cede control of, those of you who just want to watch these, and I still do to a certain extent. Don't get me wrong, because we had, what was that one yesterday? That crazy one at the end of the day, Gorv, Gorv. Yeah, I mean, look what it did. It got up to what, 673. We were closed though. But that was a crazy one yesterday. But I'll be honest, I can make a living just doing these type of stocks. The spreads are I have a tight stop, pretty tight stops on these, so they don't have to move that much to give me a nice risk reward. Even this one, what I have to start doing is, because what I don't know is where the first time this was alerted, where it showed up in the list. So I'm going to have to start marking these down, because look at, I mean, even now, I, I look at DEC as being a little more volatile, but still, I mean, there's your trend down. Not a huge float, 57 million. I may, in fact, up the float, especially when we get into earnings season, because I don't want to get overwhelmed by stock. So I may up the float. You see, mirrors 116 races. Now, that is that's because you can just see that there's hardly any stocks here. You know what? That's just telling me don't lose sight of this, which I didn't finally. So it's easy, it's easy for a stock to win a race when it's the only one in the race. Well, that's a pretty big move, 3.72%, in 4 minutes. That's a big move. Something with 216%, 216 million shares in the float. Okay, so I just got a confirmation that it will be Dan in our YouTube room, the CEO of Trade Ideas. Now, again, not taking over my feed, so I'll have to get the link Pepe usually has that link. Sometimes Dan accidentally starts two feeds though, but let's hope he doesn't today, because I'll have to put that in the YouTube room also. So you can ask him questions about, well, the money machine or anything else, what the direction of trade ideas, beefs, bouquets. It's your time, guys. Every Wednesday between 12 and 1 to talk to the CEO of Trade Ideas. So no excuses if you're sitting there with festering problems or questions that you've got and you don't take advantage of asking him. I'm not saying he's going to answer every question, but no excuses. All right, guys. Well, not really anything new here. CAP is new, I think. AAPA is new. When I say new, I mean something I haven't recognized in here from before. Now, guys, this is the large cap version of this race, which I'm actually looking at also. This is the large cap version of this race here. So all I did was I took this race and I added a market cap, 500 million, minimum float of 50 million. I think I also added 500,000 shares minimum. Now, the only thing I didn't do, which I might do, hmm, you can see obviously there are a lot more stocks all the time in this race than in this race here. I don't have that filter in place. It has to be at least near the high of the day. I don't have that in place. I think I'm going to do that though. Can't do it here though, can I? You know what? Let's see if I can. I'm never convinced that this will work, but let me. So you can see this is sort of the flip of the other one. I'm putting this has to be near the high of the day, 95. So let's see now what happens. So when we look at BHBN, we should see something. Yeah, look at that. I think I like that better. Strong stocks near the high of the day, continuing to move, perhaps. So look at all these. Here's Etsy. Should be right at near the high of the day. Etsy. Yep. All right. William is asking me, not in the main room, but in the other room, YouTube, asking me a question on your trade idea setup for volume indicator. I have to flip the up down colors to show green up and red down. So, okay, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. Well, I understand the color situation. Are you talking about in a top list window or an alert window? What are you trying to generate these colors from. So is it a top list window or an alert window? Oh, on the chart. You're talking a chart. So I still don't know what you mean. So are you talking about my volume here? My volume bars down here? Is that what you're talking about? My volume bars here? Were you talking about the candles? You're talking about the bar? Are you more, okay? You're probably talking about the candles, right? Like you're using candles. I'm just using bars, but so is this what you're talking about? Oh, volume. We are talking about volume. So you're talking about these volume bars then? Is that what you're talking about? See what I'm pointing at? These are the colors I'm using. Orange is sort of negative volume. Blue is positive volume. Is that what you're talking about? So the volume color. So that is that is what you're talking about. These are my volume colors right here. I have orange and I have blue. So you're talking about your volume colors, which is easy to change. Okay. Okay. So this is all you do. If this is what you are talking about. So if I right click and go to now you guys indicators, if you go to edit, click on edit, here's my volume. Okay, modify the colors. Okay, so I've got up color. So I've got up colors and down colors. Set the up color and set the down color. Let me do that again. I don't do it that way, but so if I right click and I know you guys have indicators, and then you can click on edit and you click on volume right here, click on it, and then modify the colors. And up and down colors, here's how you can make your choice. So am I misunderstanding something? Because this is just a palette that you can pick whatever color you want for up. You can pick whatever color you want for down. Oops, any color you want for down, and then say OK and apply it. Okay, the beta. So I'll answer your question in a moment, Barat. Uh, no, I mean you should. So when you right click, you must have indicators, right? Right click on a chart, you must see indicators. Now, wait a minute. Okay, I see. Maybe you're using. Just give me a moment. I haven't. I okay. You are. This is not using the browser edition of the chart. So this is. So, so you should still be able to do it then. It's slightly different, okay? It's slightly different. That's all. So were you able to do it now? See, this is if I right click here, notice I'm not using. I have not got the user browser interface checked. So there was a different way of doing that. I do have it checked here. So I do have the browser interface checked here. So there's a slightly different way. So yes, you're right. You get a different pop-up. So when you say good job, Barry, now you understand. You just click on volume, and here you've got your color palettes. I would click on up down color if you haven't done that, and here's your up color and your down color, whatever you want. These are just palettes. Okay, probably a little easier than yeah. Click up down and just pick whatever color you want for up, whatever color you want for down. So are we good? And don't forget that. I guess you have to add that. Okay, perfect. Great. Glad it could help. Okay, so Bharat, so your question is, you want to join premium, but I can't find how you trade with your Holly AI recommendation, and how can you get Holly AI signal and how you trade? Okay, well, first of all, I don't trade all the AI signals. Okay, it's a watch list for me. I have my own style of trading, and if I see something that is generated from our AI that I don't particularly want to trade, I just don't trade it. But I use it like a watch list. So there's no guide on how to trade the AI if that's what you're looking for. It'd be like saying, how do you trade any one of these symbols? You have to have some kind of the thing about the AI, and I don't mind flashing it. You'll get an alert price, you'll have a stop, and then how you trade these, if you're going to trade them, is up to you. Okay. There's nothing for you to do here. The earliest alert you'll get with it from our AI is at 9:40. Notice the earliest one was at 9:47. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. And how you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. Okay, but that's how you get the AI signal. But there's not going to be like a video that says, okay, when you get this signal, you take this trade right now, and this is what you do. No, I use it like a watch list. Okay, I see something in here that, nope, one moment, please. Oh, okay, guys, sorry about that. So that is it, Barat. Okay, there's not like a single guide that's just going to say, okay, you get this alert at 129, you must take this trade, you must take this trade. I call these alerts. I have lobbied the company, but they don't listen to me. I'd rather not call it an entry price because it looks like, well, that's where you got to that's where you have to enter it. Okay, no, if I thought that that was the way to do it, I would have done this forever. But I will always want to click on the AI alert and see what's happening. Do I like it based on what I see on a chart? If I don't like it, I don't take the trade. Same thing with these. If I don't like it, I don't take the trade. Just because I just because these stocks are generated because yeah, they're meeting my filter requirements, but it doesn't mean that automatically I'm just going to take the trade. I have to be able to do a quick check on the time frames I want to check, and then I make up my mind if I want to take the trade. That's why you need some kind of trading experience also. It's not, and I'm talking in general, it is not what most people want to hear. What they want to hear is that when you get anything in the, and you just take the trade. Well, you know what? We used to allow auto trading the AI, and it was not the way to go. And I know some people join our service because they think they can auto trade the AI. And unfortunately, I guess we just cannot control because people do searches on it, Google searches, and yeah, there is still stuff out there when we used to allow auto trade in the AI. But if all our current information for the last 2 years doesn't make any reference to it. But you know, there is stuff out there that still implies you can do it. Now, what you can do is auto trade your own strategy. You can create your own strategy, and you can auto trade it if you want to. But I got to tell you, I mean, most people do not auto trade. If I, again, I'll just say it again. If I thought auto trading was the way to go, I'd be doing it. Okay, guys. Well, I'm still kind of hanging on to that mirror. Boy, it got right down to 23. Right down to 23. It has not been able to break it yet, but I'm not. Now, you see how it's flattening out, though. This is giving me maybe the first cautionary transition as that wave starts to flatten out. We're not riding the wave down right now. It's starting to flatten out. Well, of course, Barat, you're asking me a question. For me, I mean, it all depends on the one of them. He's a question from our YouTube room. How do I decide what's my best setup? It's not so much with Holly AI or it's anything. Okay, and my best setups typically are going to be stocks that have got a lot of room when I look left that could keep running. That's my best setup. So that's why you'll always hear me when I click on an alert. That's why Mirror was good for me because at the short of 22.38, I looked left and I saw, okay, this has got a shot down to the 23 level, which is 38 cents. And if I have a 5 cent stop, that is enough. Okay. So you can see, and this is a short, okay, you can see that every stock will be different. But there's one theme consistent in the way I trade. Looking left, how much room? If I take this trade right now, if it's setting up not badly for me, like I'm not going to chase something that's up, 10, 15-minute candles in a row. But if it's setting up, maybe basing a little bit underneath a whole number, or it'll go over a whole number, or maybe it's just poking its head through the VWAP, then I'm looking left to see, okay, if I took this trade, how far could it go before it hit the next high on a daily chart? Let's say I'm going long. And if I can't see it on a daily chart, like GV, okay, I can't see the next high on a daily chart. Could I see it if I keep scrolling back? Yeah. But instead of doing that, I go to a weekly chart, just using this as an example. So, if this were setting up decently for me right here, say at 340, I'd be looking left and say, wow, okay, this has got room until $5. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. But what I'm trying to do is take out chart resistance as a one of the reasons why it may not continue higher. That's how I trade. Not everybody trades like that or thinks like that, and that's fine. But over the course of time, you know, that is what I've just trained myself to do. And there are many, many times where I don't take a trade because I look left and it looks like either the next high in a daily or a weekly is too close. and it explodes through it. It doesn't bother me. I mean, it bothers me a little bit, but it doesn't bother me because I've just seen too many times where stock will stall. Now, it doesn't have to stall forever, okay? But that so it'll be the same with the AI. It doesn't matter whether it's an alert coming from the AI or anything that I've developed. That's all I do. I just look left. So that's why you got to have some trading experience, because you have to decide how you like to see things. There is no right or wrong way. The only right way, the only thing I sort of preach is that when you get into a trade, you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. You just can't, take a trade and hope and pray it's going to work for you. And with that in mind, knowing what that price is, getting out, how much you're going to risk on the trade itself. In other words, how much are you willing to lose on the trade dollar wise? Is it $100? Is it $200? If you have a $5,000 account that you're using, hopefully it makes sense that you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So if you're just starting out, we have a simulator. You can, in fact, maybe this afternoon I'll demonstrate the simulator. But you should use a simulator of some sort, whether it's ours, which is part of our standard service using our real-time data, to practice trading. Where are you going to put a stop? Because you don't want to wipe out your account on one bad trade because you get stubborn. You can't believe it's not working. You just convince yourself it'll come back. And we have all done it. We have all done it. Nobody is alone. We've all done it. And I did it many, 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 many times before. Well, I didn't understand. I didn't know what a stop was. I mean, I had no trading experience at all way back when. Didn't know how to read a chart. I thought chart reading was voodoo. Anyway, that's going back a few years. Now, best setups, best setups for me are, of course, going to be where I may vary because the way I trade is I try to risk about the same amount dollar wise, the same amount every trade. Okay, about the same amount. So it's not like I'm risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next, 50 the next. Okay, I try to keep the same amount per trade. Doesn't matter what my amount is. That is all dependent on your account size. But if I look left on some stock and there is, it's a $3 stock and the next high in a daily chart is 20, I'll exaggerate 20. That becomes a pretty interesting trade or potential trade because it's got no resistance for so far away on the chart. As opposed to if I'm in a three, if the stock's at three, and it still would be really nice if the next high was at five. But imagine if it were 20. So, there will be situations where maybe I'll risk a little bit more because I think it's like a primo setup. And you can see the power of the whole number, guys. I mean, this mirror just does not want to take out 23. It's just a number. I'm getting very close to getting out of my entire position on this short because it just doesn't, it's just struggling to get through. And even if it did get through, that next low is at 22.96. Okay, so you can see right there, it got right to 23. And that whole number just absolutely is holding it. Okay, guys, so I'm out virtually all my mirror short. Okay, I will hold on just a bit in case this is just a brief blip up. But look, there's a little buy flag right there. Okay, so I really don't have much left. It was a nice stress-free trade. That's all it was. It was a nice stress-free trade. All right, guys, 11:17. So in about 40 minutes, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a new YouTube stream, and that is at noon Eastern. He'll go from 12 to 1. That's your time to, we call it the segment, we call it Ask the CEO. Okay, guys, Hut's on the move here. Another crypto play. Now, crypto was, I mean, down $1,000. I don't know if that has any specific news on it today. Always noon Eastern, Mighty Mouse. Okay, noon Eastern. All the YouTube streams are at noon Eastern. Well, will take over for me. Now, the only difference on Wednesday is Dan starts his own stream. So I will give you the link. So if you're in YouTube and you want to listen to Dan between 12 and 1, he will be starting a new YouTube stream. So the SPY, so we have a little disconnect in the market today, guys. We have the Dow up quite a bit. Qs are down and the SPY is basically flat. Qs are down a little. Now remember, 2 o'clock, the big event. What are they going to do? I don't want to be around if they say no rate decrease because a little SPY will go now just because I mean the market is probably building in the 25 basis point decrease. I know some of you look at the odds and all that. Some of you have there's a website that gives you the odds of what's going to happen. So my guess, the 25 basis point drop probably is in the 80-90% range. It'd be interesting to know what the 50% or 50 basis point would be. Probably pretty low. Well, there'll always, Mary Mouse, I mean, you're asking, has it been priced in completely? I mean, there's always action, okay? There's always going to be action. You know, you'll see if you're gonna hang around at 2 o'clock. I will put a SPY 1 minute chart up, and it will probably go crazy. And at 2:30 during the presser, probably the same thing. So even though the market is expecting a 25 point basis, a 25 basis point drop, could still be a lot of action. So here's your negative number here, guys. Again, GV negative, almost 6%. That means it's pulling back. A little ominous, perhaps. I mean, it's pulling back down through the VWAP, maybe. See if that VWAP area holds. The VWAP is at 325-ish, so it's right around the VWAP area. You can see what happened. He was trying to get through it earlier. Stop, 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 and then finally, I mean, I wouldn't call this, like a massive VWAP break even here. So it's been, hanging around the VWAP area for a bit. Come on, MIR, take out 23. Thank you. All right. Well, now this is getting a little more exciting, guys, because I don't have obviously as much as I had before, but I mean, I have some left. 2271 now. 2268 is the next low looking left. Okay, thank you, William. So 96% chance of a 25 BP cut, 5 to 6% chance of a 50. Okay. That's what I figured. Which now I have to make a note to myself. I have to put the initial alert or the initial time I see these stocks tomorrow because the problem is I don't know when I saw DEC. It was near the beginning of the day, but I don't know. Not as nice. I mean, look at the difference between DEC. Look how choppy it is, even though it's 57 million. I mean, that's that is kind of it's just sneaking in terms of the filters. Take a look at Mara. Mara was more of a bounce. Oscar, though, at the beginning was, and it's probably bounced now, but Oscar. I mean, look at this beautiful move for Oscar all the way down before it finally found a bottom. And that's the other thing, guys. I mean, some of these will find bottoms, and you can trade them the other way. You see how open we were. Last time I saw it open, it was hanging around the VWAP. Oh no, I'm sorry. It had that looks a lot further away than it is. It really isn't. I mean, that VWAP looks like it's quite a bit. It's only about a dime below. So that VWAP area kind of held it. A bit of a challenge, but and now the challenge will be to take out the high of 4 days ago. If it does that, the weekly high, and even see it on the weekly high. So let's take a look at the month. So the monthly high, the next monthly high would be about 1138. what does near do? Radiation safety science and medicine. I mean, it's had a great run, but today, well, it's been, you can sort of see it's been, kind of choppy on the daily chart. 3 nice days, and now, I don't know, a lot of profit taking. I don't think there's any news on this one. Now, there was news after the market closed yesterday, but it didn't affect it negatively. I'm just looking here, did not affect it negatively. Miriam partners with IAEA to enhance radiation safety on a global scale. So that was the news after hours yesterday. The market about to 4 o'clock. You can see right here, 5 o'clock actually. But here's the reaction. So it certainly wasn't negative. All right, guys. Well, 30 minutes. Be nice if we had some questions because I'm really all I'm really doing is just watching the MIR and see how much further it can go down. Let me check some of these, see if there's anything setting up. I don't know if this is a serious question or not, but anyway, I'll answer it anyway, William. Do I normally trade stocks in the 30 minutes before a Fed announcement? If I were, if now this stock may, I probably will be out of this stock. Oh, it is a serious. Okay. If I were still in this stock, I mean, if this keeps drifting down, I would probably get out of this stock before the announcement because it could be affected by the market. Okay, it could be a larger cap stock, could be these ones. These ones up here probably not affected by the market at all. So I mean, would I if I were in one of these low float volatile stocks, it wouldn't bother me to be in during the Fed announcement. But obviously, I'm not going to be trading Apple or Microsoft or any large cap stock. Oh, I see. So my thoughts, John. If people use them, I don't. So I really don't have thoughts on it. I mean, other than I don't do it. I don't. It's not that I don't believe in profit-taking goals, but I would not want to put an artificial price and say, okay, I'm going to take profit right here. If the trade is still working, I'm not going to get out of the trade. I mean, that's so I would not be putting what I would call personally. profit taking goals, but I'm not, and I don't put stop losses typically in like auto because I'm only in usually one, max two trades at a time, and so I'm sort of managing. That is not to say, it's probably a great idea to put in auto stops. Yeah, so if you cannot monitor the market, sure, but you're so those, so my thoughts, and based on what I do, I don't. But yeah, if you cannot monitor the market, or if I was somebody that was in say five or six trades at the same time, yeah, I'd have to do something like that also. It'd be hard to, especially if I were in some of these more volatile ones. So I guess those are my thoughts. But yeah, if you cannot pay attention, then I would absolutely do something like that. Well, guys, I'm going to brand this one a mini rocket ship. I mean, this has been very, very nice. When it finally broke through. Well, for me, Dwayne, I mean, the question is, it's not just anybody with trade ideas, because again, trade ideas, fabulous program, but it generates ideas. Doesn't mean every idea, these are all ideas, right? Everything you see here is an idea. Doesn't mean you take every trade, of course. So you have to have some trading experience. I would be practicing trading. I would use our simulator or a simulator of some sort. Some people say take two shares or something when commissions are free. Yeah, I guess you can do something like that also. But the other one is to have a trading plan. Okay, you have to. When you start out trading, you don't know what the plan is going to be. A plan could be like for me, I decided not when I first started. I had no idea. I was I like to be a momentum type trader, seeing stocks near the low or near the high of the day. That seemed to fit my trading style, as opposed to playing pullback. Now there are tons of people out there that think that's crazy and that like to play pullbacks, and it's a great style also. I've just not I've just not been as successful trying to play a pullback, or I get distracted by looking at things that are pulling back, and I miss out the other momentum ones that I'm looking at that I'd rather be in or looking at. Now, momentum does not mean chasing, you know, 15 5-minute charts up. Yeah, that's momentum. Momentum to me means more stocks near the high of the day or low of the day, and maybe basing a bit and then popping up. That for me is more momentum. Okay. But you don't know until you practice. You don't know what's gonna sort of fit your psyche, and you've got to practice. And then you've got to have a stop. You got to figure out, okay, you have to have an idea about where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and then obeying that so that your account doesn't get destroyed. Most, I think, whether you've got trade ideas or not. I mean, trade ideas, great tool, but that's what it is. It's a tool. The I think the other thing though with trade ideas is that you can get overwhelmed with trade ideas by trying to have too many different scans up and running at the same time, either scans or information, be it races or and you'll go nuts because you don't want to miss anything. I think that's a common problem with people starting out with trade ideas. Even myself, I can run into the same issue. This is all you see here, guys. Is what you see, other than this other one, the large cap on my other monitor. That's it. That's all I've got running on trade with trade ideas. I don't even have any real time alerts anymore. I mean, this is a real time. This I call this more information. The Halts resumes, but I don't even have any real-time alerts anymore. Now, there's nothing I may bring a couple back because you'll see that on my homepage, I still have a momentum scan that I'm sharing, a gap scan that I'm sharing, and the Pepe combo scan that I'm sharing. Those are all real-time alerts. So I think that is a common problem with a lot of people using trade ideas, is that they look at something, go, well, I want to be able to catch that type of a move. Oh, I want to also be able to catch this type of a move and that type of a move, which is exactly how I started out with trade ideas in 2010. Just as a customer, I probably had 7 or 8 top lists up and running, 15 alert windows. Didn't want to miss any type of a setup. And you know what? I didn't. But guess what? Clicking on alerts all day long and getting nothing done. So I didn't miss any. I could say with a lot of confidence, I didn't miss any setup. But so what? Got to have some fun. That's why I think something like this. It gives you focus. Be it your own style of race. It gives you focus on just over the course of the day 10 stocks just to keep an eye on all day long. I mean, how good is this? I mean, I know it doesn't make sense that Mir has won 28 races. That's because it's been basically the only one in the race. But you got to pay attention to that. There are all sorts of different trading styles out there, and there is no right or wrong one. The wrong one is if you're consistently losing money, and you're stubbornly, still using a certain trading style just because you think, well, this has got to work. I read on the internet somewhere that opening 15-minute range breaks, gold. Maybe it is, but if you can't figure out a way to trade it so it makes money for you, forget about it. You have to move on. Now, I don't mean that. For instance, if I do, look at a couple tomorrow and then on Friday, and I get into some of these and they don't work, does it mean, oh well, 2 days, I guess it doesn't work anymore? No, you got to give it some time. And so far, I have been like exceeded my expectations in this large cap losers, which I have been basically using exclusively just this week. But next week could be different. I mean, it could be different. If 4, 5, 6 days go in a row and everything I get here is not looking, that great anymore, well, maybe then I bring back one of my alert windows, or maybe I concentrate more on the large cap gainers. Yeah, I'm sure Open's going crazy. It, not quite though. Hasn't quite taken out that high yet. Takes that high out. I mean, it's got a ton of room. I mean, it's gone crazy. Don't get me wrong. It's up 17%. But taking that high at 4 days ago, yeah. So now what I'm doing is I'm kind of looking at these large cap gainers, okay, looking for stocks that are maybe just sneaking over, like this one, CNTA, looking for ones that are just over the whole number and seeing what's happening. Could be interesting. I mean, the next, well, except look left. Where's the next high? So we're at 2207. Yesterday's high was at 2222, and the day before was 2225. Too close for me. Just way too close. Now, if it can get through those, Then the next high is up here, almost $23. That would be a lot better for me. I would say, and I would also say that following the wave, even though I've been trading for a few years, following the wave has really increased my trading experience to the positive. Why? Because it's keeping me in. What did I say right around here? I said, you know what? I'm struggling to get through. So what did I say? I said, okay, I'm going to get rid of like a lot of my position right here, but I'm going to hold on to some in case this is just a brief blip up and it resumes the trend down. I never would have done that before. I would be totally out of this trade. And that Aussie in our YouTube room was saying, yeah, helped you huge. It's just a guide, okay? It's a guide. It's a wonderful visual aid. I am surprised I don't get more questions about it, but well, let's say you got into this trade up here from mirror, okay? Now that I did not. It was more at the 2238 area, but I'm sorry, 23. But if you got into this trade up here and see how the wave is just, and it's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. For some reason, maybe you decided you want to take this trade and you're up here, and then this wave is doing this. Well, you keep in the trade. Now, the only issue is it's pretty wide. So that's what can happen is you can get some little thrusts up and through it. I much prefer it more narrow. And then you can just kind of, if you're in the trade, in an area up here, and then you just follow it, keep following it until it transitions to blue. You can keep in like at least a portion of your trade. I'm not saying that you wouldn't, like right there. I sold some because it was flattening out, and it kept looking like it didn't want to get through 23. Well, sure, I sold some, but exactly what I said was, but I'm going to hold on to some in case the wave continues. And now it is starting to pop again. So you see what I have to just follow the wave, keeping you in the trade. But the minute you start to see now this, I'm surprised this could easily turn blue now. As the wave starts to flatten out, that's when you can start to say to yourself, maybe I should take some off, but keep in. Maybe not get out of everything. But at this point, that's it for me. Okay. I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. I don't want to be in this while I'm on my break. But you can see how at the minute it starts flattening out, like here, right here, you see how it's flattening out? It means that, yes, the trend is still, in theory, weak because it's orange, but it's not as weak as this. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. The only call I take, and you from you know who. The boss. Absolutely. My wife, yes, Monica. All right, guys, 11:47. So now I actually can take off a little earlier because Dan doesn't take over my YouTube feed. I might take off a little bit earlier. Um, what I do want to get now. Let's take a look at mirror and let's see if actually there you go. There's a there. So this actually, in theory, could get me to go long this. I'm not going to do it right now because I'm going to be taking my break. But you see now, it looks like we definitely getting a bit of well, we're getting a trend break, of course. Now the issue is 2356 or so is 2356 is the VWAP. That is far enough away. If I think that if I took this right now, that could stall it, act as resistance on the way up. Well, that's not bad. I mean, that's 50 cents away. That's not bad. So that's a way in which, you can also look at it now. Maybe it's finally run out of steam on the downside. Because remember, this was a very strong stock the last 4 days. So using this like a watch list. Very different day from yesterday, though, guys, because this was full by this time. I did have 10 different stocks in here. Yeah, this is what I don't understand though. Why isn't this price? Oh, because this is okay. I think I understand. So draw, are you in the room? You're in the room, right? I expect you to be Secretary Draw, putting the notes in regarding what Dan says. Whoops, not draw. Dwayne, I meant. Sorry, Draw's not here. Dwayne. Well, they both start with D and W, sort of. So Dwayne, you're in the room? What? Going for some exercise. Well, who wants to take notes and put some of the salient comments in the room? I'm kind of kidding. Okay, it's just that Dwayne has done such a stellar job as the secretary, putting down all the comments that Don makes. I think Draw is just taking time off. He's done a great job. Well, William, I know how you like to listen to Dan, so how about you? Ah, here's a new one, guys. CYTK. CYTK. Let's take a look at this one. Right. I wish I see this would be awesome. It meets everything I like. Underneath the whole number, not by much. Okay. The next low looking left is a dollar away. And if we could somehow take that out, but I mean I wouldn't be but so this meets all my requirements, but I'm going to be taking my break. So I'm not going to take it. But what I do want to do is scratch down where I first saw it. So say the 48.90 mark. See, this is new for today. Or people could go over to YouTube and listen themselves. Yes, Pepe. All right, I have the link. Not there yet. Okay, he's not there yet. So here is the link, guys. You don't go yet. Go at noon. You should be there by about noon. Okay. Here is the link. Well, the audio is recorded. Okay, so there is the link, okay, to get into the feed that should start around noon, and that'll be Dan. So what I'm gonna do now, time is it now? 11:55. So I think I'll take my break now, guys. Okay, so I will be on a break now. I'll mute myself in the main room, and I'm gonna mute myself in our YouTube room also. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. I guess Dan is still probably going on in the other room. Lisa, are you still around? I just seeing your question. Lisa Correggio or Correggio in our YouTube room. Are you still around regarding the anchored VWAP versus VWAP? By the way, guys, yeah, you see what I've done? I've got rid of the tree map, and I'm just probably this is what I'm going to be doing then. Just looking at these three races. This is the large cap gainers from the start of the race versus just could be large cap in here, more than likely not. Hey, Dwayne, I see you did stick around for note taking. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking of Jamie. I was actually thinking of Jamie. I miss him. Doesn't need to work anymore. Well, you know what? I know that a long time ago he got involved with Bitcoin mining. I just don't know how much he kept saved. But I'm talking like in 2012, 13, like really, really early before it was a thing. So good for him. Nice guy. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. A little bit jumbled here. I guess what happens is when there are only one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Hmm. I wonder if something's wrong with this because this should not say 4874. This should say because it's not 4874. I don't know if there's something going on in this right here. Hmm. Pepe, why is this stuck at 4874? This was the low of the day, I believe. No, it wasn't. Yeah, this was the low of the day. Unless that somehow So if I'm reading what Dwayne said, maybe again the big maybe the beta is out Monday or Tuesday, maybe, but no guarantees. Is that sort of the a synopsis? All right, guys. Well, let's maybe see some of these wilder ones. Let's see if they're just sort of resting now. These ones here, a lot of times what happens is they go crazy, like GV. Look at GV. I mean, it's just kind of resting now underneath the VWAP and low float. Did have some news this morning. So Dan's still there. Okay. He's pumping uptick coffee. Okay. He was supposed to send me some, but it never, maybe there's never reached Canada. Super close to that high open. Nice on the wave too. 15. I mean, that's beautiful. All right, guys. Well, 104. So obviously, in about 56 minutes, we're going to have little action on the SPY. There better be a 25 point or basis point drop. Otherwise, the market's not going to like that. All right, guys. Well, this QBTS, what was the high today? Yeah, it's right at the high now. Not me, perfect. I'm not a. I mean, I drink tea, but I'm not a tea guy as such. I mean, watching this one, guys. Wouldn't mind like the way it's holding over 21. I'm talking about the QBTS. All right, so I see this Atch is still kicking around here, guys. Yeah, new high now. What's the spread on this one? Not spread, but 15,000, 15 million. Now I do see our AI shorted Ford. I don't have shorts available for that one. Ford don't have shorts available. Oh, interesting. Well, large cap, I guess there are a lot of Dow stocks or large cap stocks and or Dow stocks here, maybe because well, these are hmm, just interested that there's hardly anything in this one today other than well, the great one was Mirror. Hey guys, QBTS making a little bit of a move here. I would like this one, except for this. 1640 is the next high. If the next high were up here around 16, I'd probably be taking this one. Excuse me, IART. Boy, only one stock is meeting the requirements, and that's CYTK. Well, even nothing is actually right now. Believe me, this will change once we get into earnings season, but we still have another 2 or 3 weeks before that happens. I may have to make maybe some changes. I'm going to wait to see what happens tomorrow here. Here's something I'm going to do. I'm going to add the relative volume into this one. I don't have the relative volume in here, so I'm going to add that in. Yeah, so about a month from now, yeah. I mean, I know. You have to. The banks are earlier, but so just by putting the relative volume in here of at least two is really going to inhibit stocks also. Is FedEx tomorrow? FDX tomorrow? Hmm. Real choppy action on the daily chart. I guess StubHub has not opened yet. Oh, it is? Oh, sorry, I didn't, must have been a late. Oh, you're right, it is open. Just oh, you're right, it's been open for a while, excuse me. So the okay, so it was priced at 23.50. So, guys, not great so far, not great so far. It's priced at, 23.50, so it's below the IPO price right now. And when I say not great, I mean, there's no wild enthusiasm. I mean, at the very beginning, sure, but is basically sold off, so it's underneath the IPO price. So, I will put a price alert at the IPO price and see if it gets back up there at some point. Yeah, that de minimis thing is, pretty crazy. A lot of extra work, I guess, for whoever has to look at all that, maybe that's what happened for my tea, but I don't think we have de minimis in Canada. I don't think so anyway. Boy, just by upping the relative volume up to 2 has prevented virtually every stock. Yeah, I may have to reconsider. In fact, I might even do that here. Let me just see what happens when I get rid of the, relative volume. I'll definitely add it when we get into earnings season because a lot of these companies will be in one of these 2. And the trader saying in our YouTube room, our old friend QMMM. Haven't seen that for a long time, but let's take a look at it. Oh, yeah. Well, no, it's it's amazing that it's still, in the hundreds. Amazing. I'll be first in line to ask that question, William. Why did Q triple M drop right back down? All right, guys. Well, listen, I don't think much is going to happen. Obviously, between now, well, certainly in the large cappers, stuff can happen here between now and two. Just got to wait for the official decision, and then 2:30, the presser. How about a lemonade? Aren't they sort of brokers? No, insurance services. I thought they were. Yeah, yeah. No, I thought they were nothing to do with mortgages. What about a mortgage broker? Was it? Oh, Rocket, like Rocket. Okay, Rocket Group. It's Rocket Group, isn't it? Rocket Companies, RKT. Yeah, I mean, you would think. Yeah, I mean, you would think if interest rates come down a bit, they should help the mortgage companies. But people still have to be wanting to buy homes. I did not see. I know it was being talked about in the room, but I did not. I saw the huge drop for Curix, but I don't know. No news that I can see. I thought maybe this was a, China company, but it is not. That's, sort of indicative of some of these ones that just keep moving higher, no indication anything's gonna happen, then all of a sudden, massive, almost instantaneous rug pull. Oh, refinance business, okay. Okay, I'm assuming you bought a little higher than then because this has just been basing, for a long time, right around this, 170, 150, 170 mark. Well, guys, remember the hoopla this morning regarding FGNX, saying they're gonna spend up to 1 trillion, you heard me right, trillion dollars. When I first read this, I thought it said IT shares. I thought authorization of IT shares. Okay, what are IT shares? And I had to reread it, and that's a little one, not an I. 1 trillion shares. Sure, liking the looks of some of these things, guys, on the 2 minute, on the wave, just gently making their way down. Not that one though. Fun was not. That was definitely a more choppy one. Well, listen, guys, you know what? Not a lot of questions. Shady, that was the FGNX. FGNX as in xylophone. They said approved a 1 trillion share authorization consisting of 900 billion common shares, 100 billion preferred shares to support Ethereum strategy execution. Are they the first to say 1 trillion? I've never seen that before, but I don't know if it's the first, but it seems ridiculous. But Pre-market, I mean, this jumped. So just yeah. Okay, so this jumped up to, $25 in the pre-market on that news. This was around, 4:45 Eastern Time, and cut 2/3 off that now. Alright, guys, well, listen, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna put myself on mute, okay? I don't see any questions really coming in, so I'm gonna oh, wait a minute, halt resumes for all stocks, or does it contain filters too? So, yeah, for me, another Oliver, that was a question in our YouTube room. A minimum of 20,000 shares, because I don't care if some stock I may have a price on it, I don't know. No, just 20,000 shares minimum for me, okay? Well, if it's less than 20,000 shares, yes, but if you want that scan, if you're I don't know if you're a subscriber, another Oliver, but if you want the scan, you just take out the volume. I just don't care about some stock that's, trading 2,000 shares that gets halted. I don't usually miss. No, I don't recommend anything. Do I recommend? It's just personal, okay? I just don't wanna see stocks under 20,000, but others may not have any volume restriction. They just wanna see them all. So it's not a matter of it's not my recommendation, it's just happens to be what I like. I think what was happening when I didn't have it, I'd see the odd stock come through that was, traded like 2,000 shares, and it got halted, and some kind of, yeah, penny stock. Well, no, but that's really, I wouldn't call that a style, another Oliver. Yeah, Baba, so I was trying to interpret what you were saying there, and I didn't understand. So obviously at 4 o'clock Eastern time with Interactive Broker. Well, Interactive Brokers claims you can trade virtually 24/7 for about 10,000 stocks. I think with an hour off, maybe Sunday night or something like that. Now, I don't know how liquid they are, of course, but certainly at 4 in the morning Eastern time, we start getting our data, and you can certainly use Interactive Brokers to trade. I do not know, Shady. I still kind of like this DBX, guys. It's flattening out. I'd love to see a little pop down. There's some room, of course, 3084. So that has about not quite 50 cents on the short side, of course. Yeah. Now, couldn't Sophie be one that could run a bit if the financial service programs, etc., loan financing, if the interest rates drop by the 25 basis points. So this is one I would not be holding through it. I mean, just on the off chance. Okay, guys. So open. Why I have an alert there? That must be the high of a couple of days ago or 4 days ago. So now when you look at open and look at the weekly, no, you can't look at the weekly. You have to look at the monthly. I think that's where you're going to see the next high. And right there, 1140. William, I hope that must have popped a little bit for you, right? The CURX must have popped because it just got halted. And I mean a little, like a very, very mild pop. Ah, okay. Talking to William in the main room. All right, guys. Well, again, I read again the news on this Warner Brothers. If in fact it's going to happen, it's going to take longer. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Obviously, I will be back at 2. I'm still here. If you have a question, I will hop right back on the mic. Oops. Okay, guys. So I'm muting myself, both rooms. All right. So Oliver, you're asking why do China stocks tend to mirror biotech? Well, depends on the biotech, but some of these little biotechs, they've got very low floats, and so do the China stocks. So I guess that I never really looked at that type of a correlation, but it's all about the float. A lot of these China stocks, very low floats. A lot of these biotechs, very low floats. Okay, sorry, I wasn't. I'd muted myself in our YouTube room. So, yeah. So, Anthony, it's always noon Eastern time. Okay, you'll have to do the conversion yourself. So it's noon Eastern. Sorry, well, 2 o'clock Eastern time. And here we go. So obviously, it's only 25 basis points. Didn't say only, but you know what, guys? And I'm very glad that I was seriously considering taking the DBX, and DBX just popped on that news. So, no, but I was looking to short it, so I'm glad I didn't do it. I thought it might be too tied into what the overall market was going to do, and that's what happened. So yeah, I'm glad I didn't take it. That was on the short side. Remember, I was watching this one. Now, first reaction is not necessarily the like that. There's your first 1 minute candle. So this year, okay. Well, what are we now? We're September, so but 2:30 is the next interesting time because that's when he'll actually talk and take field questions from report. Wow, look at Open. Open went the opposite way. Interesting. On that, Open went the opposite way. It's a pretty big drop, from 1084 down to 950. I mean, that's almost a dollar 50. Okay, well, we're 3 minutes in, so probably this will be the reaction. We had a little red bar there, but keep this up for one more minute. Usually I have it up for about 4 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. It usually is the direction. Wow, really glad I did not. I was really looking to take this DBX, but I thought it might be affected about what might happen regarding the rates. Not because it's specifically rates, but it's just one of those. It's a large cap stock. Kind of follows what the market's doing to a certain extent. Now let's take a look at RKT. Did it do it? So RKT definitely had a little bit of a lift. Mortgage company. All right, guys. I think that's it. So I'm not sure I'm going to hang around till 2:30. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm going to mute myself again. All right, guys. Well, I'll hang around for another couple of minutes or so. If there are questions, I'll hang around longer. No questions, I'm definitely going to take off. So if there are no questions, I will just start by always saying thanks for all the help all day long. Much appreciated. The main room will get open at around 7:30 Eastern time tomorrow morning. I get on the mic at 9. I'll open the YouTube room. I'll try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, getting on the mic at 9 there also. So I'm just going to hang around another minute or so in case there's a question. Yeah, Rocket, well, it's has a bit of a drop now, but hmm. And the SPY actually should have hung around just a little bit longer. So now we're getting a little bit of weakness, not straight up. 5 minute tells a different story. You had the first 5 minutes, close at the high. Here's your next bar though, red. All right, guys, I don't see now. The only thing I'll do in our YouTube room, if you do want to head, if because the main room will still be open till, man, I don't know what you said, William, maybe 3:30, at least 3:30. So if you do want to head over to the main room, I'll put my homepage link in because that room will be open till probably at least 3:30. And here's how you would enter it. So click on this is for people in our YouTube room. Click on my link and then scroll down, and where you see trading room, here's how you can get into the main room. Okay. All right, guys. Well, that's overdone. That's over and done with. So we'll see you tomorrow. And I'll have a great evening. So I'm muting myself now in the main room, stopping the screen sharing in the main room. And now I'm ending the stream in YouTube.